This is the Board of Education meeting being held on Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. We're calling the meeting to order at 5:31. If you could please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Here.
Mrs. Assif?
Here.
Mrs. Caforio?
Here.
Mr. Collins?
I'm here.
Dr. Henry?
Here.
Mrs. Hostler?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman?
Here. 7 board members present, 0 absent. Can we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the Board of Education move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Caforio. Can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion passes. The board will move into closed session. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. The board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:30 PM. We have 7 board members present and 0 absent. At this time, I ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll start our meeting with our spotlight and recognition, and we have a fun presentation here from Jefferson Elementary School.
Hi, guys. My name is Lori Sweeney, and I have the privilege of serving as the principal at Jefferson Elementary. And I am so excited to come and talk with all of you today. We have a whole community show up here today because we are celebrating, I know we're going to get to it, but the blue ribbon, which is really exciting. So, woo! Which is such a testament to all of the hard work of the staff and the parents and the kids. I'm just so excited. But even before we knew we were going to be the recipient, we were going to be spotlighted today and talk a little bit about our practices. So I think we're going to celebrate a little bit more in a minute, but I wanted to tell you a little bit about Jefferson. So do I control the slides or does someone else? Oh, I have a clicker right here. I got it, guys. Okay. So at Jefferson, our teachers and our staff work really hard to make learning relevant, rigorous, and engaging. And so there are 2 things that we wanted to spotlight today. And one of them is about the engaging social studies work that we've been doing. So you guys are probably aware of this, but last year we adopted Inquire Ed, and we had some early adopters, and this year it's being used across all of our classrooms. And this is a picture of our kindergarten classrooms, and they are interviewing, and me, I don't usually include pictures of myself in these board presentations, guys, I just want you all to know. But this just happened as part of the kindergarten's curriculum. They're learning about navigating their school and school helpers and interviews, and so it was really fun. They practiced generating questions, and I have a little video here that Garrett helped us take. Is he in the house? He's been so helpful. No, Garrett? Let's give a shout out to Garrett for his wonderful work. Yeah. So you guys, this is a video of one of our fabulous kindergarten teachers, Ms. Kling. She is working with her kids on this unit I was discussing about how they navigate and learn about school and school helpers. So let's watch a little clip of it.
Essential question in Inquire Ed in kindergarten for the first unit or investigation is how can we make school a great place for everyone? So it's really just super fitting, super timely for kindergarten. The kids are learning about how to navigate their school. They're learning about helpers in our school and what they can do, what their role is in making school a safe and great place to be. So today we were working on recognizing which norms help them to stay respectful, responsible, and safe, which is something they hear every day on the school announcements. But Inquire Ed does a nice job of defining what it means to be respectful, what does it mean to be responsible, and what does it mean to be safe, and then matching up behaviors that students can do to demonstrate those ideas or those principles.
I learned about navigating of how you move around the school, and that's how you know like to get around places.
I like that Inquire Ed is developmentally appropriate. You know, these are concepts that the kids have to learn, but they're on their feet, they're moving around the classroom, they're interviewing people, learning to ask questions, all in a very age-appropriate way. It's not a whole lot of just sitting and listening. They're out moving, they're taking tours of the school, so it just seems like it's fun for the kids, it's fun for us to teach, and it just, like I said, it's developmentally appropriate.
Can we give them a little round of applause? It feels like it was a lot. And we have one of the stars of the video in the audience over here, too. So, yeah. So just a really, it takes a lot. We are so fortunate to have such wonderful educators in D205 and people who are planning and thinking and putting these lessons together. So that's a huge celebration. And then can I take us to the next slide, or we'll just start the video over again? Thank you.
Our essential question.
So it is the teachers and the educators and the staff who really make the magic happen at Jefferson, and I know across the district. And so this is a picture. We tie-dyed some shirts on our first Institute day back, and some of us learned how to cricket so we could make these and celebrate just how hardworking and thoughtful everyone is about how we can make learning come to life for kids. And one way that we do that at Jefferson is through our professional learning communities. Those are meetings teachers have once or twice a week where they come together and collaborate and talk about how students are doing. They look at student work, they look at their materials, and they kind of put it all together to make that learning really relevant for kids. So we have one more, we're so fortunate with these videos. That's why we have to give Garrett all the shout outs. We have one more video to share of our third grade team, a little snippet of them working at a PLC with our instructional coach.
Professional Learning Communities, as PLCs, are collaborative groups of educators who work together to improve teaching practices and enhance student learning. PLCs foster a culture of shared responsibility and collaboration among our D205 educators. The effectiveness of a PLC is measured by its impact on refining teachers' instructional practices and ultimately on elevating student outcomes. PLCs are one of the collaborative structures utilized across schools to provide ongoing weekly professional learning for educators that is aligned to the district's strategic priorities.
So typical PLC meeting, we come together, we talk about our norms first so we make sure we're all on the same page, and we usually bring either student work or our manuals, and it kind of depends on the week. So we may be looking at student data, we may be looking at exit tickets, and deciding on where are some misconceptions, some areas that we need to maybe reteach. Our main goal is just to make sure that we are looking at all the assessments and the things that we're giving to students to make sure that we are teaching those things in our classroom and making sure we're on the same page with those.
So this year, my PLC is really supporting me because although I've been teaching for like 20 years, I just moved into this grade level. So being able to hear from them things that were hard for the kids last year, or how they did things last year with the curriculum, is very helpful to me and giving me helpful hints along the way. Having that time to kind of look at that when we're planning out the curriculum is very helpful.
So as an instructional coach, I am here to support our staff, to support our students. So now I take more of a learning facilitator role, a partnership role, an instructional partner role, a classroom supporter role to help make sure that our teachers are feeling prepared, to make sure I can help problem solve with them, and to make sure that we have best practices in place to support our students.
In addition to PLCs, D205 provides over 200 additional professional learning sessions for educators, including coaching sessions for leaders and teachers, teacher learning communities, collaborative meetings for leaders and coaches, targeted sessions for specialists, and district-wide institute days.
When we come back for PLCs, we do talk about whether our changes that we made to teaching and instructional practices worked. And when you see it click with a student, it's really nice. You get that accomplished feeling for not only yourself, but also for the students. And so it's just a nice celebratory moment for us.
It's a great feeling, of course. I think it ends up with the stick your head out the door in the hallway, you catch the teacher, you're like, did it work? It worked, oh my gosh, it worked, And so you're very excited to share that news, and it's a great celebration.
So over at Jefferson, our mission is that we'll work with staff, students, and families to achieve educational excellence. And I think these videos are representative of that, but also the community we had show up. So if we could give them a round of applause too. It certainly is a group effort to make what happens over at Jefferson to make it such a special place. So thank you guys. Thank you all. Good. Okay, great.
Thank you. And a special thank you from the Board of Education, and congratulations on your Blue Ribbon School Award. A congratulations to not just you, but also the team of staff at Jefferson, the families, the parents, the students, everyone involved in making their child's experience really a successful one. Congratulations. Thank you.
Can we maybe take a quick picture just to, yes, can we have, I know that there's so many here, Jefferson community, if you all can come up in the middle and let's just take a quick picture since you all are here and celebrate board. Yeah, everyone, parents, students. Okay.
Thank you again. Have fun. Okay, we will move on to the public comment section of the board meeting. The public comment section of the board meeting provides an opportunity for community members to share information and perspectives with the Board of Education. We don't have any knowledge of anyone here who is interested in addressing the board during public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the board? Yes, please, come on up. Hang on, Tracy, right before you get started, let me just read through some of the rules and then we'll have you get started, okay? Thank you. The board does not respond during public comments. We are listening, though, and thoughtfully considering the messages being shared. Each of us have high expectations for our community and ask that the public comments are respectful and do not mention any individuals by name. The way in which we publicly engage and when sharing differing perspectives is an opportunity to model healthy and respectful discourse for students and the greater community while creating an environment of collaboration and partnership. Public commenters have up to 3 minutes for their public comment speaking concerns items on this agenda. The board secretary will give you a reminder when you have 30 seconds left, and we can begin. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Tracy Victorine Lewis. I am the parent of a Sandburg Middle School student as well as a York High School student. The reason I come to you today is due to some recent items that occurred at Sandburg. On September 10th, we received a notification from the school principal that was very vague. It essentially said something went on during the day, your children are safe. You know, if you have any concerns, please reach out to us and ask any further questions. Well, the incident in question involved the police coming to the school, the 8th grade students were all up in arms, and the rumor mill, which you can probably imagine from 8th grade students, had us believing that, you know, students had stated that there would be a shoot up at the school the following day, which was September 11th. So essentially the messaging from numerous parents is that the communication to us was not clear and it didn't provide sufficient details. It didn't go and tell us that the police had already been on site. It didn't tell us that the police were aware of the situation for the following day. It didn't contain enough information. And so you know, in parents reaching out to other school districts, what had been received from districts like Highland Park and others. I mean, we are not the only school district. I acknowledge there's a whole bunch of these incidents going on around simultaneously. But I do think that we as a school district need to have enough detail in the messaging that comes out to parents for us to make sure that our students are safe on a daily basis. So that's item number one is I think we need to address containing the right amount of information. I know we don't want names, but I do want to know that the police are aware of the situation the following day, right? That the resource officers are on the up and up and they know what's going on, right? So in thinking through this, you know, the incident in Georgia happened a couple weeks ago. A lot of parents were saying, why don't we have school badges or notification systems in the classrooms? I don't know if you do or don't. It's probably not a public comment period process of what your security protocols are, but I want to make sure that you as a board are addressing and thinking through being prepared for situations as they arise in the school. So I hope you all have a secret committee and are addressing it, but I want to make sure that we do. I want to make sure we have enough resources, there are enough parents that would be willing to go fund a GoFundMe to get things like this, if they're needed, done. It's very serious that we take this. So again, I hope there's a committee. If there's not, I'm sure there would be enough parents willing to serve on a committee to study school security. You know, as a York parent, I don't see any
30
metal detectors.
seconds.
I don't know if they are or aren't, but Stevenson, 25 years ago as a student there were metal detectors on doors, at least for athletic events. I think we need to take this seriously in our community. So thank you. I just want to make sure, please do address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the board? Okay, thank you for taking time to voice your concerns, support, or perspectives to the Board of Education. Common practice of the board is to follow up with public commenters after the board meeting as needed. We will move on to item number 6 on our agenda, which is the public hearing on the annual budget for the 2024-25 school year. We are now formally declaring this hearing open. Chris, or Mr. Welton, sorry, can you please give us an overview of the item for the hearing?
I sure can, thanks. Tonight, we are presenting the 2024-25 final budget. It was prudent decision-making over time, which has allowed us to plan and budget for the use of $10.7 million in reserves in the 22-23 budget. As a result of positive budget variances, District 205 was only required to utilize $4.8 million in reserves in 22-23. Again, in 2023-24, District 205 used only $5.4 million of the budgeted $7.9 million reserves. This impressive feat highlights our ability to plan ahead, allocate resources judiciously to efficiently meet our educational goal of delivering a high-quality learning experience for all students. This slide illustrates comparison pie charts with the District 205 mix of operating revenues compared to the state average. Unlike the state average, where 63.5% of local district revenues are locally funded, District 205's mix stands out with 91.2% of revenue coming from local sources. The district's financial structure reflects the unique demographic makeup and high property values, which excludes us from qualifying for a significant portion of state funding as a Tier 4 district. Notably, 84% of these locally generated funds are derived from property taxes, highlighting the community investment in ensuring a high-quality learning environment for all students. In addition to property taxes, the district draws local revenue from corporate personal property replacement taxes, tuition, interest income, food sales, student participation fees, and textbook sales. Changes from the tentative budget for revenues, we had, since the tentative budget, we received an estimate from the Illinois Department of Revenue for personal property replacement taxes to decrease by an additional 32.6% for fiscal year 2025. And therefore, we reduced the tentative budget to the estimate, which was a reduction of $200,000. On the positive side, we received an additional amount of Medicaid reimbursement of $293,900. This was a settlement from 2022 and was not originally budgeted for. Operating revenue summary. As I said earlier, property taxes represent 84% of the operating revenues. The timing of collections has a big impact on our revenue stream. DuPage County has distributed the May-June taxes in a much more consistent manner the last few years. This consistency has proven valuable in managing the district's finances effectively and planning for future expenses with greater accuracy. Elmhurst School District 205 remains adaptable to economic fluctuations such as the variations in personal property replacement taxes, interest income, and federal revenues. The Illinois Department of Revenues distributed significantly higher amounts of corporate personal property replacement taxes in FY 22 and 23. However, this amount decreased by 29% in last fiscal year, 2024, and we are budgeting another significant decrease of 32.6%, or $1,476,000. Interest income reached a high point in FY 24. The district is conservatively budgeting a decrease in interest income, anticipating upcoming rate reductions. Evidence-based funding will continue to be flat since we are a Tier 4 district. A decrease in federal revenues is budgeted as a result of the conclusion of the ESSER program. As far as our District 205's mix of operating expenditures, typically a school district's budget is primarily made up of salary and benefits, often around 80% as historically seen in District 205's. However, due to the large transfers of $4 million for summer capital, $7 million for an additional scope, $1.46 million for tech leases, and $0.33 for debt certificates, the percentage for salaries and benefits is closer to 70% for the 24-25 budget year. And we had a couple revisions from the tentative budget as well. We revised the budget for salaries with more accurate information. As we entered the actual amounts for new hires, the budget was reduced by approximately $150,000. Tentative budget included originally projected increase for health insurance of approximately 10%. After working with the insurance committee and the Blue Choice Options tiered network and more precision on actual benefits for new hires, we were able to reduce the benefit expenditures budget by approximately $1.3 million. And the budget was increased slightly for York Athletics for officials and supplies by about $3,800. Staffing is the most critical factor to school district budgets. In regards to certified staffing, the district reviews student enrollment and also considers the needs of our diverse programs and course offerings when making yearly adjustments. For 2024-25, this includes a newly designed middle school schedule that has significantly increased instructional time in science and social studies, while at the same time preserving an array of elective opportunities. Our goal is to ensure that class sizes are appropriate for the learning environment and program offerings that we value are implemented effectively. Student service staff increases are needs-based and mainly driven by student IEPs. Students will benefit from necessary services in speech, language, social work, and other based on the allotments provided. The team will work to meet the needs of students that require special services as they realize their potential. English learner staffing supports expanded programming in dual language and launching transitional bilingual education at 2 of our buildings. We were able to maximize our current staffing resources to implement these new offerings and opportunities. The district has successfully worked to maintain neutral staffing within our support staff, custodial, and district office groups. These groups are essential to providing students an educational experience that results in college, career, and life readiness. All of our employees work to support student growth and achievement and contribute to both student success and the learning environment. With these important investments in staff, the total number of full-time employees is now 1,202. These strategic additions are geared towards providing high-quality instruction for all students. Guaranteed and viable curriculum resources. Elmhurst School District 205's budget for the 2024-25 academic year reflects the district's unwavering commitment to academic excellence. As part of the district's strategic plan, we remain committed to ensuring that all students have access to a guaranteed and viable curriculum that aligns to research, standards, and data. Illustrated on this slide is the journey the district has taken over the past 3 years to identify high-quality resources across grade levels and content areas. As research indicates, instructional materials make a difference for student outcomes, and the materials that are chosen matter. Instructional materials influence learning directly and influence teachers' instructional choices. Paired with aligned professional learning, instructional materials support shifts in teachers' practice and can lead to elevated student outcomes. As the district has adopted high-quality instructional materials and paired the adoption with strong professional learning for leaders, coaches, and teachers, we have significant gains for students. And the gains that we had were in ELA and math and are listed here. We had improvements as well in chronic absenteeism, and especially at York, where chronic absenteeism rates dropped from 15.1%, dropped 15.1% from 22-23 to 23-24. The opportunities that have been identified for the upcoming school year are represented on this slide and showcase the high-quality instructional materials that our students will have access to, as well as the robust and relevant professional learning opportunities for leaders, coaches, and teachers. We will continue to build on the success that our students have demonstrated when we provide them with the highest quality materials alongside strong instructional practices. The 2024-25 budget invests in priority areas. We made significant investments in curriculum resources and professional learning, in literacy and social studies, language, and math. We have made significant investments in facility improvements, including referendum projects at Churchville, Hawthorne, Madison, and York, and we had summer projects at York, Bryan, Sandburg, Jefferson, and Emerson. We have made significant investments in student-centered staffing allocations, and in that we've expanded programming, including transitional bilingual education and enhanced middle school schedule. And we've supported student needs with special education staff. We have made significant investments in modernized technology, including replacing the main network data center and district office firewalls, and the Phase 1 transition to Mac laptops EC5 certified staff to align with student devices, resulting in $80,000 in savings in hardware procurement costs. This slide shows a summary of the operating funds with last year, 2023-24 year, compared to the budget for the 2024-25 year. One difference in the 2 years is the $7 million transfer. Last year, we did a transfer from the education fund to the operation maintenance fund, and then another transfer to the capital projects fund. In this budget, the operations and maintenance fund has sufficient fund balance to just budget the transfer straight from the operations and maintenance fund to the capital projects fund. District 205 started the fiscal year with $58 million in operating fund balances. The 2024-25 budget includes student-centered investments in curriculum resources, professional learning, staffing, facilities, and technology, and the budget includes the use of $12.2 million in operating reserves. The district is budgeted to end the budget year 2024-25 with $45.7 million in operating funds. This final slide includes the non-operating funds as well as operating funds. The non-operating fund for debt service and capital projects include the fully issued bonds from the $168.5 million referendum. These successful bond issues have contributed to the continued fiscal strength of the district. Property taxes are received through the debt service fund and then are utilized to pay down debts. Our capital projects funds receive transfers and interest and allow us to pay for the construction projects going forward. such as the strategic enhancements that have been in progress throughout this summer at Churchville, Hawthorne, York, and Madison. Elmhurst School District 205's budget exemplifies the district's unwavering commitment to provide an outstanding education for students. We continue to make prudent financial decisions while strategically investing in educational initiatives. As we position ourselves for the future, we remain dedicated to fostering academic excellence, supporting student success, and maintaining financial stability, and thus providing a high return on investment for all District 205 stakeholders. So as we move forward this year with the budget timeline, we will continuously monitor that budget each month with monthly financial reports. In September, we have September 30th is the date for the fall housing report, which provides the enrollment numbers. And based on that, we provide enrollment projections in late October. And then at November 6th, we will have a Finance and Operations Committee meeting, and we'll be going over the summer maintenance capital projects. That's for next summer, summer of '25, and also the 10-year life safety survey, as well as financial projections. And then we will have the estimated tax levy November 19th, the final tax levy December 17th, then the CPI for the following tax levy, 2025 levy, will come out January 15th. We have the abatement discussion in January, and then we'll do another set of financial projections in February prior to the proposed staffing plan and update in March. And then we do facility rental and student fees in March and April, and then new construction and EAV comes out in early April, and the end of the fiscal year is June 30th. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Are there any public comments related specifically to the public hearing and the annual budget for the 24-25 school year? Seeing there are none, we will declare this hearing closed. Moving on to item number 7, the approval of board meeting minutes from our regular board meeting on August 20th, 2024. Sorry. Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those meeting minutes stand as presented. All right, on to the fun stuff of reports and presentations. Item 8 on the agenda. We'll start tonight with learning environment, cultivating positive culture and relationships.
The learning environment within District 205, it plays a critical role in promoting our student success. Research demonstrates that a positive school climate fosters higher academic achievement as well as promotes growth. The district monitors various factors to assess and improve the learning environment across all campuses. We are pleased tonight as an administration team to bring forward some of that work in terms of the various ways we monitor learning environment, as well as some specific actions that are being taken by our staff and school teams. I would like to now turn it over to two of my colleagues, Dr. Jake Wirtz, Director of Research and Program Analysis, and Dr. Kevin Rubenstein, Assistant Superintendent of Student Services.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Rubenstein, Assistant Superintendent, and my colleague Jake Wirtz and I are really excited to share some updates on how the learning environment cultivates positive culture and relationships across our district. This evening, you can move forward. Sorry, you've got the clicker. Yep, you have the power. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to understand how the learning environment contributes to student success, as well as how the district monitors the learning environment. We're going to go into some depth about that this evening. The actions District 205 takes are crucial in improving the learning environment, and we'll first discuss the importance of that learning environment. And to do that, we will talk about some of the data sources that we use, and then we'll talk about how we're taking action on them this evening. There is a consistent stream of data coming out of a variety of sources, including the University of Chicago, which started in 2018, the United States Department of Education, and other sources which talk about the fact that the learning environment is a gap closer in the work that we do. Strong learning environment fosters higher overall academic achievement and strong attendance rates, and it in particular will reduce the negative effects of low socioeconomic status on academic achievement. So as I said, these are gap closing measures. Positive student reported school climate had higher, those schools with higher positive student-reported school climate had higher academic performance in ELA and math, and improvements in a school's student-reported school climate over time were associated with improvements in academic performance. It's something that is exciting work to do, but also really challenging work to support a school in building their school culture. So the first area that we're going to talk about this evening is in our attendance. It's one of the ways that we measure.
Thank you, Dr. Rubenstein. As you just mentioned, the data portion of tonight's presentation will begin with a focus on one critical measure of student engagement in the learning environment, the chronic absenteeism rate. Chronic absenteeism reflects the percentage of students who are absent for more than 10% of the school year. This table indicates the chronic absenteeism rates of each school in District 205 for each of the past 2 school years. Over the past several years, there's been a national trend of increasing chronic absenteeism, and Elmhurst has not been immune to this. But due to the focused actions of D205 leaders and our strong partnership with families and community, we saw dramatic reductions in chronic absenteeism rates in the 2023-24 school year. Most significantly, the chronic absenteeism rate at York High School dropped by over 40%, declining 15.1 percentage points. Dr. Rubenstein will share more information later about the specific actions leaders are taking to continue to combat chronic absenteeism at York and across the district. But I want to briefly note that this drop comes as a consequence of York leaders' intentional focus on getting students into the building and to class each day. York leaders worked throughout the year to build staff and community awareness of the importance of attendance, raise expectations for students, train teachers to build a culture of belonging in their classrooms, and initiate systems and procedures for supporting students in need of more intensive intervention. As more of their efforts and systems roll out this year, we anticipate further reductions in chronic absenteeism at York. Shifting from attendance now to co-curricular involvement, I'm going to present a few key data points indicating the extent to which D205 students are extending their engagement in school through elementary band and orchestra, as well as our wider array of co-curricular offerings in middle and high school. Research on co-curricular activities shows that participation sets students up for success in their classrooms, as well as for long-term success on their journey of excellence. In middle and high school in particular, co-curricular involvement leads to character development, especially when it comes to time management, leadership skills, social development, and community involvement. Over half of students in grades 4 and 5 participated in band or orchestra last year, which is the same rate as the previous school year. While we have elected to monitor band and orchestra elementary involvement as a data source, we know that many of our elementary age students participate in both after-school activities facilitated by their school buildings, as well as outside school activities, including those facilitated by a wide range of community organizations. In middle and high school, where the number of co-curricular activities monitored by the district expands to include robust offerings, including the York Dukes Athletic Program, theater and drama, and clubs ranging from speech and debate to Japanese culture and journalism, we have a clearer picture of the extent of student involvement in their school communities. Here, we see evidence of strong participation in both middle and high school, as well as significant increases in the 23-24 school year as compared with the year prior. Next, I'll provide an overview of the Panorama Social and Emotional Learning Survey and summary of the results from the previous school year. As a reminder, Panorama results were shared in our most recent Student Success Update last spring, but we've included them in tonight's presentation as another indicator of our work focused on monitoring the learning environment. Research continues to underscore the impact of students' social and emotional skills on their overall academic proficiency, well-being, and likelihood of success in college and careers. The Panorama SEL survey is administered twice a year during fall and spring to collect information about student experiences and approaches to learning. It's aligned with the CASEL framework for social and emotional learning, and as a reminder, families can opt out if they wish. The Panorama SEL survey comes in 2 versions. There's a brief 4-item teacher perception survey that teachers complete in reflection on their students in grades 1 and 2, and a student competency survey which students in grades 3 through 12 complete as a self-assessment. Here are 2 sample questions from the surveys. The first item reflects a teacher's perception of a student's grit, and the second item reflects a student's self-assessment of their social awareness and emotional regulation. Students are currently in the process of completing the fall survey this year. The results shown here are from last spring, and they indicate that across the district, students grew in the social and emotional competency across 5 of the 6 measured domain, with a minor decrease of 0.5 percentage point in student self-assessment of their self-efficacy. Next, I'll provide an overview of the 5 Essential School Climate Survey, which consists of 5 domains that describe the learning environment of a school or district. Bear with me. Before getting into our results in D205, I'm going to provide just a quick overview of what the 5 essentials are, where they come from, how they're measured, and what they indicate. The state of Illinois requires all school districts to complete a climate survey each year. The 5 essentials is by far the most widely used and most research-backed climate survey available. The 5 essentials survey consists of student and teacher surveys that measure perceptions across 5 domains that make up an effective learning environment that's well organized for continuous improvement. Student and staff survey responses are compiled to develop a score on a scale of 0 to 100 within each domain, which compares an individual school or district survey results to the state benchmark. The 5 domains, or essentials, measured by the survey are defined on the slide here. In the interest of time, I'll not read them aloud. Here are the district-wide results on the 5 essentials survey from each of the past 4 school years. As you can see, in 2020-21 and 21-22, D205 rated as strong on 2 measures, supportive environment and involved families. In the last 2 years, we continued to score strong on these measures, and additionally scored strong on the measure of ambitious instruction. Our scores on collaborative teachers and effective leaders remained within the neutral zone, although both scores increased from the previous school year and are in the top half of that neutral range, indicating that they exceeded the state benchmark. Achieving a strong rating on 3 of the 5 measures marks a critical milestone for District 205. Research from the University of Chicago found that schools strong on at least 3 of the 5 essentials in this measure were 10 times more likely to show substantial gains in student learning than schools measuring weak on 3 of the 5 essentials. This evidence suggests that the evidence D205 leaders are making to establish and sustain a strong school climate will pay dividends in the years to come. 5 essentials and Panorama survey data, along with our records of student attendance and involvement in co-curriculars, provide us with a well-rounded portrait of students' engagement with the learning environment. Now, I'll hand it back over to Kevin to provide you with some more information about actions that leaders are taking this year to drive continuous improvement.
Thank you. So we are really working hard with all of our school leaders and students across the district to create a strong, create a welcoming, affirming, and engaging learning environments. So as we focus our work on improving attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism, we are doing some additional partnership with our school leaders, our parents and families around early warning systems, and continued outreach to students who have had chronic absenteeism issues in the past. We plan to increase the number of messages that are going out to parents and families over the course of the year. That was something that we found really worked well, and we're continuing to highlight it in our day-to-day work. We are focusing our work with our building leaders, which is designed to enhance the learning environment, focused on their leadership practices. So as we really drill down into the 5 essentials data, we are working on creating strong instructional practices related to each leader that is based on their individual school improvement plan. So we are our principal supervisors, Mrs. Leischel, Mrs. Lyons, myself, are working on individual plans with each building leader in order to create a strong welcoming and affirming learning environment. In terms of standardizing data collection practices related to student behavior, we have, for the first time, had a common tool that is being used across the district, and we have spent some time over the past month collaborating and calibrating on the definitions that are a part of that SWIS data. So what counts as a technology violation, as an example, in one building is also counted as a technology violation for other groups of students in another building. We have, for the first time ever, been collaborating with our school safety committee, our district safety committee. That district safety committee meets several times per year and is headed by Chris Welton, our assistant superintendent for finance and operations. And we began diving in this last week with everybody in the room regarding our school safety and our ratings from our students and the feedback that they provided about where they do and do not feel safe within our school communities. And so that's a real focus for that safety committee this year, as well as some of the physical measures that Mr. Welton has talked about in the past. And then finally, we're providing professional learning related to the learning environment for all elementary and middle school professionals. So York had an initial round of focus work on creating some strong classroom learning environments and collaborating with each other to create really welcoming learning environments. And we have moved that work and continued that work with our middle schools and our elementary schools. So we are really working hard to dive deep into each of these areas as a key pillar in the strategic plan to drive and close achievement gaps over time. And we are really excited for our next steps. Thank you.
Thanks. I waited for the slide to come up, sorry.
I was as well.
That's
yes.
usually my
Yes.
cue. Are you done? Are you not done? We will look for questions, comments, thoughts from board members. Kara?
So thanks for the report. Just a couple different things I think I know the answer to, but want to just reiterate. Regarding attendance, could you speak to how you're following up with students at each level for when they are chronically absent? And maybe some of the, what does that look like?
So the most important thing that we are doing is to reach out to families very early on. So if we are noticing, based on our attendance reports, that a student is absent for a number of days over time, we are reaching out to that family to see really what's going on, how we can partner with them, and how we can support stronger attendance. Our school leaders are being provided with and are working with a variety of different absence reports on a regular basis. So some of our schools have their own regular dashboard that they look at. Other schools are relying on district office for some support. So we are regularly doing that and walking hand in hand with schools and parents and families to make sure that students are staying engaged over time.
And then just following on, the middle school number, I think, was 64% for participation in extracurriculars. And it looked like it hadn't really grown too much. And I'm a little surprised, that seems a little low to me for our community. And I was curious if you had any insights into why that was a little lower. Like, is it offerings or quantity of offerings, or middle schoolers do things that aren't involved in school after, after school hours?
Well, and if I could just bump on that, how many of our fourth and fifth graders no longer stay with band or orchestra once they hit middle school? Is there a drop off? Are we seeing that happen?
That's information I don't have off the top of my head, but I can get that to you. My belief is that if you are working with any of our middle schools and you walk into any of our middle schools, and you have seen this in some of your board tours, that that some of the middle school involvement is adult and student dependent. So an adult who is really charismatic and engaging with students. Students want to be close to those adults. So somebody may create a club related to, jazz music or listening to something that is really exciting. And from year to year, some of those numbers may not be so consistent. So I think that you see that more in the middle school than in the high school, where we tend to have a consistent offering of clubs and activities, and we're constantly recruiting students to move up into those organizations. The other thing that I want to point out is that the good research that we cited regarding co-curricular involvement is really related to co-curricular involvement at the 6th through 12th grade levels rather than the elementary levels. So there's not been a ton of research that is done in that elementary level related to co-curriculars. So, but the 6 through 12 levels, we're consistently seeing that through research and our own data.
So I guess my question would be then, following on to that, is are there actions or ways that we as a district should be looking at that differently than maybe how it's been in the past, where someone has an idea and they do a club? And it's because, to me, just like we want that number at the high school to be high because we know the incredible impact, I feel like we need to look at that middle school number and try to push that up, and maybe looking at it differently. And I don't know what that is, but
those are definitely crucial years. I know that we do an interest survey from time to time at various different levels, and so that is something that we can work on doing in the future.
because we talk about mental health, of course, and one of the things that helps is if kids are engaged and, they're not on their phones potentially, and they're just, doing something. And so I would be interested in hearing what ideas or opportunities could grow that number.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I add a little something? Because my comments are in the same sphere of what Kara was just mentioning, looking at engagement, just some thoughts as you went through, and I'm really excited to hear that your work has begun with the School Safety Committee, because it's so important to know where our students are and their level of engagement, not just in our school, but also in our community, which brings me to the point that I think Kara was at around middle school. When we survey students and try to find out if they are a part of our extracurricular program and opportunities outside of the classroom, are we including gathering information on whether or not they're connected in the community and not in the classroom, not necessarily in a D205? Because the importance, of course, is that they're connected somewhere, and not necessarily that they're only connected at school.
So our numbers include only District 205 sponsored activities. So there are, and we all know this, there are any number of our students who are participating in an Elmhurst Park District League or doing some of those other things outside of school. We don't have those numbers are not included in our numbers.
Yeah. So that tells us something about our students, right? So if I'm looking at data in a school building that says 40% of our students are not connected to school, that might be a little alarming, like, well, where are those? Are those 40% of students connected anywhere? When in actuality, knowing our community, many of those students are connected somewhere, and that's the importance of monitoring students as they grow, especially when we're talking about mental health and just really having a profound impact, an opportunity to have a profound impact on any one child's life. It takes that one adult, like you mentioned, Kevin, that has a following of elementary or middle schoolers or high schoolers that want to be with them or want to show up for whatever club or activity they're going to get together and have those moments of social bonding and building positive relationships with one another. So the question for me, and there's no answer, is do you consider in these informal surveys trying to find out if students are connected, especially students who you may have some concerns about and want to provide support? So that's one thought. Also then going as far as back to your strategic plan initiative of creating a welcoming environment, another idea that kind of came through my brain was around this qualitative effort of, which also speaks to school safety, efforts also is around students and their relationships with staff. And if they feel there's a trusted adult in our school building. The other would be around social connectedness and the importance of students having social connections. And I express this idea or this thought because we are still feeling ramifications with our students from the pandemic, right? Or maybe ramifications is too strong of a word, but we know that developmentally, students had some gaps in learning and growing, not educationally maybe as much, but even as people, right? And so how do we kind of look at this in a comprehensive manner to make sure that we're identifying students, but only in efforts to provide support and connectedness to school?
So those are really great points. In our presentation this evening, we gave you sort of the 30,000 foot overview. The part of the Panorama survey is making sure that every student has a trusted adult that they can go to. And that is a question that we zero in on, that we are highly focused on. And then the way that we're utilizing the Panorama data within our schools is to identify students who may need additional support or feelings of connectedness at some point throughout their day. Our middle school teachers do a fantastic job. Middle school is a challenging time for many students in their own lives. And we have a great group of teachers at each of our 3 middle schools who are intentional about making sure that they involve students in everything that they do, and that they are intentional about the work and outside of the classroom work that they are encouraging students to do. And so I'm really proud of our students and our teachers for their connectedness. It is always something that we are working to focus on, that's measured by some of our various indicators here, but really making sure that a student feels like they belong at each one of our schools is something that is so important to us.
I'm glad to hear it's a focus of the staff in the buildings. Anyone else? Beth?
I just had a couple things. One is in talking about the meaningful connections with adults and how impactful that is on students and some of the other things that make them feel like they're in a welcoming environment. You talked about providing professional learning to our staff around those areas. Do you have any examples that you could share with us about the work that they're doing to help to create that welcoming environment and help build those relationships in the building?
Sure. So on October 11th, our elementary and middle school teams will go through and work through a training with our SACID organization, focused really on how they engage with students on an individual basis and create a strong, welcoming, and affirming learning environment, really specifically. It's also something that actually tomorrow morning, Mrs. Leischel and I are going to be sitting down and working through. There are a variety of indicators and look-fors that we can see in every single classroom that we've begun working with our school leaders on just this year to really focus our work and energy and effort. So it is sometimes basic things like making sure that a classroom teacher is using student names, that they are affirming a positive achievement in the classroom, that they are greeting students at the door. These are all things that we would be looking for in our learning environment to make sure that students are feeling welcomed and that they have a voice in that individual classroom environment.
That's great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that work that is ongoing, and I know it's not easy sometimes to get kids to engage also, at different age levels. So as we're doing this work, I believe that it leads to or can lead to a lot of changes taking place in our buildings as far as different systems or procedures and policies. And one thing that I learned as a board member during the pandemic is that when we put changes in place, even though we do them with the most positive intent to make the learning environment, better and stronger for students, that change can have an impact on them and be very stressful. And I just learned how important student voice is as we are putting those changes in place. So I'm just wondering if we have opportunities for, maybe not in formal surveys, but for trusted adults to talk to students maybe more informally about how those changes might be impacting them day to day, and if they have feedback or, things to share about some of those things, and, ways that maybe we could then improve on or tweak what we're doing to help them along.
Yes, and I really have to, just as an example, I really have to praise our York leadership team who, as they've introduced some of these changes in their building, they have really worked in partnership with our student leaders across the building to implement some of those changes and get their feedback on the We Are Dukes piece that we've spoken with you about before. And then additionally to those informal measures, our York leadership team went individually to every single section of English class at the beginning of the year to talk with them about those changes and to talk with them about where they came from, to answer any questions they might have. And so that provided some space for a little bit of dialogue around those things. But we are absolutely committed to ensuring that student voice is at the table as we're making many of these changes so that they feel, again, like they have a place where the adults listen to them and where they can be supported. That's such an important life skill.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you for the presentation and all the great information. We'll move on to item B under reports and presentations. It's student success, state high school assessment updates.
So I'll just give a little bit of framing for this next conversation. So the Illinois State Board of Education contracts with the College Board, which operates SAT. And that contract was set to expire on June 30th of 24, I'm sorry. And so the Illinois State Board of Education opened up a bidding process in September of 23, that's where that 23 comes from, to solicit other proposals for testing companies. And after much conversation, the decision was made to move to actually from the SAT to the ACT. It was shared that this decision was made based upon pricing of the assessments, some technical specifications, as well as a commitment to diversity and a commitment to exploring the student experience. So tonight, what we wanted to provide to the Board of Education and to our community is some insight as to how we are supporting our students and our staff with this change. As you can imagine, this is a very abrupt change in terms of this was made at the end of last year, and now this assessment is being implemented this year. And over the course of the last 2 years, you've heard from the administration the efforts in making sure that we align our instructional practices, as well as ensuring that the rigor and the relevance of the content within the classroom align to that what students would experience in a standardized assessment situation. So tonight's presentation is just going to highlight that work that is being done, led by our Assistant Superintendent in Teaching and Learning, as well as partnering with our Assistant Superintendent of Professional Development and Leadership. Carrie, just go with it if I just made up a title for you, okay? And really to try to help you all see, and for the board as well as the community, how we are supporting our students and our staff with this change. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Lyons, Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Teaching.
We nailed that one.
Did I get that one
nailed
right?
it.
Okay,
Nailed it.
cool. One out of two.
TNL,
I take it.
LNT.
I take it.
So I won't reiterate too much of what Dr. Campbell said, so thank you for that introduction. But tonight's presentation will focus on our 2024-2025 priority objectives that are listed here on the bottom of the slide, and will illustrate how the district's assessment strategy at the high school level will ensure that educators are able to support individual student academic needs and ensure that they are ready for college, career, and life. So briefly, I'll provide just a little bit more context, not too much. Dr. Campbell did a great job on the transition from SAT to ACT. And then I'll also highlight the assessment overview as well as the administration and what it will look like this year at York High School. And then talk about the transition learning plan at the teacher level, the student level, and as well as how we're engaging families in this transition. As Dr. Campbell stated, there was a bidding process that began in September 2023 to address the fact that the contract with the College Board was going to expire. And after that bidding process, ISB decided to switch from the SAT to the ACT based on price, technical specifications, and a commitment to diversity. Additionally, this ACT does include a science component for this year, and that will reduce the need for students to take a separate Illinois science assessment for this year. There are just a few key notable differences I wanted to highlight as it relates to the transition from SAT to ACT, and these really kind of fall in the headings of structure and content, scoring, test duration, and strategy. One that I'll highlight right here on this slide is really that strategy that students will have to really employ as they to engage in the ACT administration. It's a much more faster paced assessment with more questions to answer in a shorter amount of time, and we'll take a look at that in just a moment. As we're transitioning to ACT, I wanted to just highlight the different assessments that will be administered at York High School. The PSAT and NMSQT will continue to be administered this year for grade 11 students. We'll also be piloting a pre-ACT assessment on October 23rd, and that will serve as a practice test for the ACT for all grade 11 students. And then the state mandated assessments that we'll be engaging in are called the pre-ACT Secure 9 and the pre-ACT Secure 10 for our grades 9 and all grade 10 students. Which is tentatively scheduled for April 15th and 16th. We just have a few more accommodations that we're working through with the state through this transition so that we're fully supporting our students with IEP and EL needs. And then, of course, the ACT, which will be for grade 11 students and for any grade 12 students as required, also scheduled tentatively right now for April 15th and the 16th. Eligible students that will be taking the ACT in grades 11 and as required in grade 12 will also be taking the ACT with the writing component. So for some of us that might have taken the ACT, writing was optional, but for the state mandated assessment, writing is included in addition to the English, math, reading, science, and writing components. And then again, students in grade 9 will participate in that pre-ACT 9 Secure, as well as students in grade 10 in the pre-ACT 10 Secure 10. And those also include tests in English, math, reading, and science. It does not include the writing component. So just a few highlights there of the differences between those students' experiences. This is just a layout, and the reason I highlight this one is because one of those notable differences I mentioned in this transition from SAT to ACT is the strategy that's required for students. As you can see, there are many questions in these 5 components on the ACT, and so for example, we have up to 75 items on the English component, 60 items on the math. Again, many more questions than students experienced on the SAT and many more components. The SAT just had the evidence-based reading and writing component as well as the math component, and writing was optional. So this will just be a strategy that will work with our students really in terms of literacy about the assessment and the structure itself. And then this is just a quick highlight of the pre-ACT 9 and 10 Secure components. Again, they won't have the writing component, but the rest they will for this year. So as we're transitioning, it's important that we are providing professional learning for our staff and teachers so that they can really elevate those outcomes for students. And so these are just 2 experiences that we wanted to highlight. They're for our assistant principal of instruction at York, our division chairs, and our core content teachers. At both the October 11th and the February 28th Institute Days, we'll be engaging in content-specific workshops to learn more about the structure of the ACT, how to analyze the data reports, and how to support students with that. And then also our Assistant Principal of Instruction, Division Chairs, and Counselors at York will engage in a CADCA collaboration, which is a professional organization regionally where educators, education leaders come together with a focus on elevating learning and teaching around assessment. And so that'll be a really great opportunity to network with schools across the region and to support this transition in our own learning. We'll also be partnering with Academic Approach, which I'll talk about in just a moment when we talk through the student-facing learning. And they will be also supporting our analysis of the data that we'll be getting from students' practice assessments and how we can then tailor to students' needs based off of that data. So I'm going to shift to student-facing ACT learning. We have 3 optional learning offerings this year that we are excited to engage our students in starting in January. We have in-person prep courses that we'll be providing, which are 2-hour sessions. There's 9 sessions across January to March, and those will be after school. We're going to be running, our intent is to run 4 sessions. We'll do one from 3:15 to 5:15 right after school to capture those students, and then we'll run another session from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Again, those are those 2-hour sessions, but we'll provide 2 options for students. And then we'll have a virtual prep course offering from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night, hoping to capture more students through that experience. And then if there are students who cannot participate in the in-person or choose not to in the virtual, we will also have sort of one final workshop with an in-person ACT that will be provided for most of the students that didn't get to participate in the other 2 offerings. And this is really a 2-hour, and that will really focus on that strategy that I talked about, like what is the format and the structure of the ACT look like? What's my strategy in engaging this? Whereas the in-person prep course and the virtual prep course will really support students in actually engaging in practice assessments and really learning deeply about the 5 content areas. Additionally, our students in 11th grade will be taking this English component of the ACT. Again, this is another one of those components that is a larger transition from SAT. And so this is the focus on usage and mechanics as well as rhetorical skills. And our teachers at York High School definitely integrate this already into their instruction. But because this particular component is different and very different than the SAT, we wanted to make sure that all students had access to learning about this particular component. It's also 75 items, and there's a lot of strategy embedded here just of how to take it, how to answer the questions, what to look for. And so we wanted to make sure we provided supplemental resources, and this will be also supported through our partnership with Academic Approach. And this, we'll do some teacher training sessions coming up in October and November with instructions to launch during English 11th grade courses. Brief lessons, these are about 10-15-minute sort of bell ringers. Again, getting exposed to what this content looks like. It's a bit more assessment literacy for students. As teachers are, again, already integrating this, this is just an opportunity to really explicitly call it out. And then we also want to bring families along, of course, during this transition. And so the York team is excited to provide 2 different opportunities. So one will be the week of December 2nd. We'll have a session in person for all York families for that first session about the ACT. We'll talk about those key differences between the SAT and ACT. We'll preview those student learning opportunities that I just provided an overview for you of. And then we'll also talk about those ACT approved accommodations and what those look like. For session 2, that same night, we'll invite York 7th grade families to stay for a second session to really understand what their child's pre-ACT score report indicates. And that's the assessment we're taking on October 23rd. And so we'll be able to have that data for parents, and they'll really be able to reflect on how we're tailoring it and what we can do to support students with the ACT coming up in the spring. And then finally in May, we're going to have a virtual session for families to understand their ACT, pre-ACT score reports. What does it mean? How does it support my student and me in understanding this? And so we'll also record that if folks can't come because we think it's a really important one to share with families. And so just in summary, I think 3 things to re-emphasize is that Last year, D205, we implemented an assessment strategy to support students through the implementation of PSAT and MSQT for all of our grade 11 students. We will continue this, and we'll also add that pilot of the pre-ACT for all grade 11 students on October 3rd, 23rd that you've heard me mention. Also, the CADCA partnership that I mentioned will really promote a cross-district collaboration and learning to most effectively support our students and staff as well as families with this transition. And finally, we have strategic partnerships both with ECRA, as you've heard before, and then also our new partnership with Academic Approach to really provide us and deepen our district and school level analysis of student data to inform our responses and tailor it to our students' needs. So thank you. And I will definitely answer any questions if you have any.
Sure, one quick clarification, and we'll update board docs around this, is we were talking about class of 2025 juniors. And so that would be class of 2026 students. Current juniors are getting those optional
Test prep.
ACT learning opportunities. Yep.
Sorry, learning opportunities. So just for clarification, the one slide that has ACT learning opportunities that says any York High School, you just passed it. Oh, the red one. Keep going. Right there, orange.
There you go.
Any York High School class of 2025 student, that mean, you actually mean 2026 student, correct?
I do.
Okay. I was going to say, many are admitted by April 9th for an in-person
This
workshop.
is what happens when you've looked at a slide for way too long.
Sorry,
So
details.
no, that's good. Thank you so much for that.
Yes,
We'll definitely update it.
Okay, thank you. And questions, comments from the board? Jim?
How many years were our kids taking the SAT?
Can you repeat that?
For how many years over the past have the kids taken, our students taken the SAT?
We had a 3-year contract with College Board that was about to expire, so I think it was 4 years ago we were taking the ACT. No, not that long, longer?
I think it was
Oh,
3
yeah, that was-
consecutive years of SAT data that we have.
3 consecutive years.
And
So
then,
Spring 2017 was our first SAT. It's been a while.
you're
right?
aging me.
So spring 2017 was the first time we took the SAT as the required state assessment.
So it was the required state assessment for 6 years.
So probably
Okay.
2 3-year contracts, I would anticipate.
And then this contract is 6 years long? Did I read that? With this, between the state and the ACT?
Yes, it's 6-year
What-
contract.
So when the state of Illinois switched over to the SAT in 2017, they threw away decades of longitudinal data. Are they just going to switch back and forth to the low bidder every 6 years? Do you think that's the state's plan?
Mr. Collins, I have no idea the thoughts and the thinking behind the Illinois State Board of Education. I do
Wasn't really
know.
looking for an answer anyway.
Okay, 'cause that was more of a rhetorical question, because you know I was going to try to dig up an answer for you, but all I could come up with, I have no idea how they're going to.
I understand. It was a rhetorical question. And then that orange slide with the prep course, who's the vendor for that?
So we're partnering with Academic Approach to facilitate that coursework for our in-person, our virtual, and prep courses, as well as the ACT workshop.
So what is the name of the vendor again?
Sure, Academic Approach.
Do they offer commercially available essay or ACT prep courses? I've just never heard of them.
They partner with districts to do that and to tailor it to the district's needs. And so I'm not aware that they offer it outside of a district experience, that you could just go to their course. Part of the partnership is really also bringing educators, staff alongside to do the learning, both of like looking at the data and tailoring it to students' needs. And so that's really the, our educators are working so hard to really make sure that they deeply understand it. And so we want to make sure we're partnering with an aligned partnership that can tailor it to our students specifically in Elmhurst. So no, I'm not aware that they offer it outside of district partnerships.
Okay. but for the SAT, we were using Stanley Kaplan.
I would have.
Towards the end of the contract, yeah, so towards the end of the contract, people could sign up with them for those virtual sessions. Something that we got feedback on over the last 2 years was really valuing in person. And then also this idea of this workshop, because those differences that Katie highlighted and the strategy component of the ACT was really important. So we wanted to be able to provide in person, a virtual option as well, and then also kind of an expedited experience for them. But we do have some students who opted into the virtual Kaplan ACT experience that's happening now. They will be able to participate in any of these. I would say strategy component, right, and structure of test is going to be similar. They might be providing nuances in how they approach the different pieces of the assessment, but really when we think about, you know, what's the structure of the test, how are you prioritizing your time, those would be common experiences between any vendor that we selected. With this structure, right now we're prioritizing juniors. I think when we go through those signups and those targeted supports, we can identify if there's available seats for our sophomores, but we really want to prioritize juniors because they don't get, right, our sophomores at least get that experience of that sophomore end of or spring assessment, that secure ACT. And so we just want to make sure that our juniors really get that allotted time because they're experiencing the largest transition in the shortest amount of time.
Kelly.
Are these offerings and opportunities for the students to learn, learn the system? Are they just being offered because of, to help them with the transition, or since they've been doing the SAT prep work before, or is this going to be offered yearly, or do we not know the answer to that yet?
I think anytime we offer something, we want to make sure we're auditing it and evaluating it. And so we can definitely provide an update to you once we determine if this is a partnership we want to continue with. Is it something that we want to internally sustain and move forward with? I think we are intent and our intention is to really support students based on their needs. So I think we have a lot of learning to do. We're hopeful that our partnerships with ECRA will also provide us better projections of where our students' needs are, and then we can tailor it for that. So lots of support that we're providing this year, and how we will continue will be based off of what we're learning this year. So we can definitely provide an update for you.
Kara? Oop, I looked at you, but I saw Kara first. Sorry.
I was wondering how, this impacts the curriculum as you basically back map, and just if you can give a little insight into that work, because obviously you work to prepare kids for, you don't just prepare them junior year, you prepare them many years in advance. So could you just give some insight into what that is looking like as you adjust to the ACT?
Yeah, I will start and then I will kick it off to my colleagues to add on. But I really appreciate what you said, that it's not just about the junior year, that the high stakes assessment at the high school level is and should show the accumulation of learning and the experience. And we're so fortunate here in District 205, as we've said before, being a unit district, being able to really closely align. And so I have to give just a strong shout out and kudos to the leaders across our district, and specifically the work that has been done over the last few years. An example for that is that we did a pilot of looking at, for example, our illustrative math curriculum at the utilizing that curriculum at the high school level. And from that, specifically in our algebra courses, we saw that there was some disconnect between the rigor and the experience of tasks that students were having to grapple with within that particular curriculum from what the previous curriculum that we were using within our middle school. And because of that, and because of that deep dive and that analysis, and the leaders sitting around this table bringing in our division chairs across our high school and middle school level, that conversation led to the exploration as to how can we create and make sure that there's more cohesiveness across the learning experience that sets students up to continue to build off of the knowledge that they gain from an elementary through our middle school and our high school. And so even most recently bringing forward to you all the recommendation to adopt illustrative math curriculum, math resource that is now aligned across our 6 to 12th experience speaks exactly to that. And I think that over time, we will continue to see our students' progression in the learning that's happening right now. We know that we also were very intentional about focusing within our elementary and really doing a deep audit of the literacy and the type of quality text that we were putting in front of students, which led us to an adoption, which then when we saw what students were producing within our elementary, that then elevated the conversations at our middle school level, which then led us to bringing forth a recommendation. I want to just, before I turn it over to my colleagues, I want to just also just echo this idea that we know that it's really quality teaching and learning and the experience that happens in the classroom. There is no magic silver bullet to elevating student outcomes as it relates to a standardized assessment. It is really the teaching, the quality teaching and learning that happens in a classroom over multiple years and the level of support that's given to a student. And so one of the things that we're really, really proud about is that our strategic plan has allowed us to focus in on the quality experience, and we have aligned that by pairing that with high quality guaranteed and viable curriculums, and then really overlaying that with quality professional learning, which is then increasing the experience that students are having in classrooms. And I think because of that, we've already started to see the impact of student outcomes that have happened within our elementary and our middle school, and I think now we will continue to see that. Yes, we were, obviously District 205 was advocating, and we actually expressed and shared our opinions about changing and moving from an SAT to an ACT. We showed up at various conversations, we sent emails, we definitely made our voice known in that decision, but ultimately the decision is the decision. And I remember an educator saying if we prepare our students, regardless of what assessment they sit down and take standardized assessment, we want to make sure that we've given them the best educational experience and instruction that will allow them to excel and allow them to produce their academic success when they sit down. And so that's just that brief example of the alignment that's happening, Ms. Cafario, and I'm so glad that you brought that up. And as a unit district, we're going to continue to build off of that work and make sure that we track the student experience across all of the grade levels within our district. Ms. Lyons and Ms. Leischel, anything else you want to add to that? No.
You covered it. Yeah. Anyone else? Board, Kelly?
Just a quick question. When you talk about students who qualify for the fee waiver, is that including like at-risk students based on their pre-ACT scores are they being included in a fee waiver, or who is included?
So that would be students that, and Kevin, you can, if you wanted to take this one, I can hand it over, but it won't be based on their pre-ACT scores, but it will be, did you want to tackle the fee waiver? Yeah.
So in the past, we have align that with our regular fee waiver, and then we have targeted different groups of students. They have been students with disabilities and our EL students, as those were really targeted areas in each of the schools' improvement plans. And so that will be something that we take a closer look at over here. Over the coming
If I'm remembering correctly, for the Kaplan one, there was at-risk students that were being, okay, thank you.
And we'll still be doing lot of outreach and targeting. It might not necessarily be showing up here on this graphic, but I think in terms of the outreach the York team is doing, they're really already starting to think about what that will look like in terms of engaging students, encouraging them to attend. We're providing multiple different times and options. And so that will definitely be a strategy that we can, share back up and provide an update of how many students, what groupings of students are represented in the registration in the courses.
Anyone else? All right, that brings that item to closure. Thank you so much for the report. Item C, reports and presentations, medical dental benefit contracts is up next.
Chris Welton, will you do the honors?
Sure. We have Brian Terrell here and Melanie Gruss from Alliant to talk about, to give us an update on the insurance renewal for 2025.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Brian Terrell from Alliant with me, Melanie Gruss. Melanie's going to quickly cover the utilization update and stats, and we'll kind of tag team this discussion throughout the presentation.
So as we moved into the renewal analysis for the district, what we always do first is look back at the current utilization patterns occurring on the medical plan specifically. So looking back at the most recent 24 months of data, we did see that there was a 12% increase year over year in the utilization patterns on the medical plans. That was, the costs that the district has to absorb for the medical and pharmacy claims across the PPO and the HMO policies. So overall, right now, spend was roughly about $1.28 million. In the prior plan year, we were looking roughly about $1.1 million a month in medical and pharmacy claims. So what that also then equivalent creates is we're looking also at the monthly premiums that were established in past years and how that compared to overall total plan costs that were actually the exposures on the plan. As you could probably recall, back in January of 2024, there was a significant increase in those medical premiums. If you could look on the chart here, you'll see those numbers in red from the periods of July of 23 through December of 2023. And during that time frame, there was a large deficit that was occurring month over month, where there was not enough premium on the medical plans themselves to cover the overall cost of the claims. There was, after that adjustment going into the 2024 plan year, you'll still see there are some numbers in red, but there are now some more numbers in the blue where we are covering those overall costs. But cumulative, the plan was running in about a $2 million deficit in the past 12 months.
So when we were hired back in March, we were tasked with meeting with the insurance committee really to develop ideas, strategies, thoughts on how we could deliver savings and cost containment moving forward. So we've had roughly 6 meetings that have gone pretty lengthy, but what we did initially is leverage some of the information that we had to share just on how the plan was performing, types of benchmarking that we had in place to help educate the committee on just the benefit levels that you have in today, some of the programs that you have in place, and areas of opportunity for savings and cost containment. So we quickly engaged our pharmacy team to really do a deep dive into the pharmacy contract, the pharmacy benefit management contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield. And very early on, we were able to achieve 20% savings, roughly $550,000 in savings to the district as we process the policy renewals as of July 1st. So with that, we also strategically discussed certain plan opportunities for savings, whether it be on the network side or some cost containment strategies on pharmacy benefit management programs, plan designs, and certain changes. So we've discussed at length with the committee, have built a consensus, and are going to be delivering recommendations later on in this presentation. So just to drill down into some of the network analysis. So with the current PPO plan design that you have in place for both the traditional PPO and the HSA, we're seeing roughly 95.36% overlap with your PPO claims going into Blue Cross's Tier 1 BCO network. So the Blue Choice Options program is a 3-tier hospital plan design. What we're seeing is most of the utilization by plan members are within the Tier 1 BCO benefit level. So with that, when we price out options with plan design, we're typically able to drive deeper PPO discounts by driving more people and claims to that network. So we typically see anywhere from about 5 to 6% on average, just trying to mirror the same plan designs that the district maintains today, and that's really where we're able to utilize and achieve some savings with the plan structure. Oh, one other thing I should just say too, in looking at these tiers, really the biggest difference with Tier 1 versus the Tier 2 hospital networks are some of the more costly facilities that are still participating within the network, but they're considered Tier 2. So that's Lurie's Children and University of Chicago are the 2 key facilities. And we just, detailed some of the differentials between Tier 1 and Tier 2 hospital networks. So that's included in more detailed information on this slide. Next really just drills into the plan design. So when we're designing these plan options, we are trying to mirror the level of benefit that you have in force today, barring no changes with IRS rules restrictions. So with the Blue Choice Options plan design, we are closely matching what the in-network level of benefit are today. If somebody chooses to continue to see a provider in Tier 2 or their providers fall in the Tier 2 network, they will pay slightly higher deductibles, co-insurance, and out-of-pockets under just the plan design. So anything highlighted in black is pretty much matching the benefits that you have today. Anything highlighted in red is a slight reduction in benefit or a difference in benefits and how it's being covered today. Okay. Melanie, do you want to just kind of high level on the financials?
Yep. So when we pull all this information together, when we're looking initially at the proposed cost going into the 2025 plan year, the rates were initially going up about 10.2%. Incorporating the Blue Choice Options plan design, and then additionally with some pharmacy programs that we're going to talk about in a minute, that reduces the overall increase down to a 5.1% increase in those premium equivalent rates. And then that is the overall gross cost for the district. And then following that down below would be those cost shares between staff and the district overall expenses.
You want to talk about the pharmacy?
Yeah. So in addition to that, those Blue Choice Options plan designs, layering on top of that will also just be some pharmacy program additions. Really, a lot of these are really the controlled future spend across the pharmacy plan. Some of these, the Pharmacy Flex Access program is already included in the PPO plan. We'll just be expanding that now to the HSA plan, leverages, manufacturing coupons, provide some cost savings for both the district and for staff associated with that program. We would have about 10 impacted members that would just be engaged into that program for their pharmacy expenses. The other programs on this list don't have any initial member impact. We're looking at a program called multi-category split fill. We're looking at to exclude some non-sedating antihistamines, which is your over-the-counter allergy medications, which members can get over-the-counter versus through the prescription drug program. Adding a prior authorization for compounds that are in excess of $300 a month for that script. So this again too, no members currently impacted by this. It'll just help provide cost controls down the road. And then a member pay the difference program where if somebody's electing a brand name drug, when there's a generic equivalent that is available, that they would have to pay that cost differential because they're electing that generic over the brand name drug. And then looking overall at dental as well, an evaluation of the costs and the equivalent rates associated with the dental plan. The dental rates are actually looking for a larger increase of roughly about 23%. Found that the dental rates weren't set appropriately with what we're seeing right now for claims utilization. However, the recommendation is to increase those at 12.5% and take that increase over a 2-year period. Lot less risk on dental, with overall caps and maximums associated with dental. We'll reevaluate that next year just to see if there's any more stabilization in claims and if we still need that additional increase put on the dental plan.
So really just getting into the executive summary, our recommendations to the board would be to replace the current PPO plan with the Blue Choice Options PPO plan, replace the current HSA plan with the Blue Choice Options HSA, keep the current HMO plan as is, and then include the pharmacy programs that Melanie just reviewed, and then increase the premium equivalent rates for both the PPO and HSA plans by 7.2%, and then maintain the current costs. The rates for the HMO should remain the same. We actually went through the premium rate development with our underwriters with some actuarial support to recommend on just the current cost structure and those recommendations. And then also on the dental, renew with no plan design changes, and like Melanie mentioned, increase the dental cost by 12.5%, spread out that increase over a 2-year period of time. We'll obviously reevaluate that at this time next year to see how claims are performing and whether or not we would need to adjust that percentage.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm waiting
Yeah.
for the thank you slide, but I don't think I'm getting one.
Our
Sorry.
apologies, it'll be in their next meeting.
I appreciate that it was an external presentation. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm a visual learner. Yes, thank you for the presentation. We had 2 members of the board who were on the insurance committee, Dr. Henry and Mr. Collins. At this time, I'll turn over to them for a little bit of perspective.
So before I share my perspective, I wanted to ask just one more follow-up question, just for you guys to talk a little bit more about the work of the insurance committee, and if you can share with us some of the other recommendations you had in regards to pharmacy changes that would have been cost-saving strategies that the insurance committee reviewed, but are not currently part of this plan, and why you had recommended those changes.
So we had 2 additional recommendations. One would be to add a prior authorization for GLP-1s attributed to weight loss drugs. It's probably the hottest topic that we're dealing with in the pharmacy space and even just the marketplace in general in this day and age. And we would strongly recommend doing that. Right now, the same prior authorization is implemented on the HMO side. We're strictly trying to match that. Our pharmacy consulting team, when we have clients that don't even cover the weight loss drugs, the GLP-1s right now for weight loss, are strongly recommending that we do not cover that as a benefit. The persistency rates with people taking those medications usually after 6 months is at about a 47% rate. After a year, it's about a 32% rate. It's still in the very early stages with the cost, I would say cost benefit analysis and long-term risks and effects of those drugs. So that's kind of like the position that our pharmacy team has kind of educated us on to take. So we're in with clients that already cover those drugs, we're just strongly recommending implementing prior authorization just to make sure that people that truly qualify with a BMI or a comorbidity are getting access to the drug, those who truly need it, and not just the people that are looking, to cut weight for a wedding per se. So really just making sure that it's most cost-effective measure and not wasteful spending going on with the taking of the medication. Sorry, the second, sorry.
If you could talk about the second one, too.
Yeah, so the second recommendation too was a potential opportunity to carve out pharmacy. So we saved roughly about 20% just with the contract negotiations our pharmacy team performed with Blue Cross Blue Shield. We also had an opportunity to carve out pharmacy to CVS through a proprietary product that we have. So it was roughly about 11% on additional pharmacy savings, or $246,000 in annual spend that we were projecting. I think, the concern of the committee with a lot of the change going on with Blue Choice Options and potentially implementing too much change at once, there was some resistance to that too. You're welcome.
Very nice. And lastly, can you just share, I already know the answer, but can you just share with everyone too what that disruption would be if we were to carve out to CVS? Remember?
It's a little bit under, I want to say like 2.5, 2.6%. It really just depends on the individual utilizer. When we're talking about changing prescription drug formularies from different PBMs, there's sometimes disruption. So there's sometimes winners where if a copay was on the non-preferred list with Blue Cross, it would be on the preferred list with CVS, vice versa. Some people might be on a preferred medication now, and then on the new formulary list, it might be at a higher tier. And then sometimes there are just medications that are excluded for whatever reason, but typically that's in a therapeutic class of drugs, and each PBM and pharmacy team, clinical teams, develop their list of preferred, medications within therapeutic classes. So sometimes there's outliers that they exclude for whatever reason. Sometimes it's cost, sometimes it's efficacy. Yeah, those were kind of the disruption on the CVS side.
Thank you for that information. I just wanted to take a few minutes, hopefully not that long, to share just my perspective on working on the insurance committee and being a member of the insurance committee. I joined the insurance committee because as a physician, I care very deeply about ensuring the district staff maintain excellent health care, as I've personally seen what poor health outcomes when health care is not a priority. As a board member, I also wanted to hear more about healthcare costs and ways we can work together to come up with cost-effective solutions that don't jeopardize health outcomes. This insurance committee has put a lot of time to work together and collaborate to find ways to reduce costs. I've really enjoyed my time so far as being part of this committee. It's been a great way as a board member to work directly with staff and hear their perspectives, as they will be the ones directly affected by the changes. This is an opportunity as a board member we don't get very often. Through this collaborative process, we all came to the conclusion that Blue Choice Options was a win-win-win. A win as it continues to maintain excellent health coverage, all while saving money for employees and the district, with the majority of employees seeing very little to no change. That being said, I still remain deeply concerned about the financial impact this current plan will have in our district and the future of our district. We continue to see significant rising healthcare costs year after year. Despite this change to Blue Choice Options, the district is still seeing a 5% increase in healthcare insurance costs from the year prior. As the district receives a finite amount of money every year, these rising healthcare costs will become a major problem that we cannot sustain. Finding solutions to lower district healthcare costs will be extremely valuable to our employees and our students. We want to ensure we have sufficient funds to continue to provide high-quality education and to support students and teachers in the classroom. During our insurance committee meetings, we discussed other ways we can work together to save money. Pharmacy and specifically weight loss drugs remain a significant reason for the increase in healthcare costs facing our district. We discussed the option to add in a prior auth on weight loss drugs. And again, the goal of this prior auth is to monitor and ensure the drug is being given to the appropriate patients. If a patient meets the medical criteria to receive this drug, it will be prescribed. This will not have a negative impact on the health of our staff, but could help reduce costs from misuse of medications. This would be consistent with our current HMO plan that already requires a prior auth, as does our PPO plan when these medications are being used for diabetes and not weight loss. Carving out the CVS Pharmacy was also a recommendation to save money for the employees in the district with very little disruption to employees. I remain 100% committed to ensuring the health of our staff is a top priority. I also believe as a physician there are more ways we can continue to maintain high-quality health care while also entertaining more cost-effective solutions that will benefit our staff, students, and our community. I recognize this is challenging, and I appreciate all the work this committee has done. I look forward to continuing more thoughtful discussions in the near future on how we can work towards cost-containing and effective solutions to the problems we are currently facing. I would like to see us strengthen this plan and strive to implement change that will continue to benefit the employees, our students, and our tax-paying community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, do you have anything to add?
I have a couple of things to add and a couple of questions for you guys. So first of all, let me echo and agree with everything Kelly said, except I didn't go to medical school. You know, to remain a competitive, good employer, we need to offer high-quality health care, absolutely. But we're going to vote tonight on a budget that contains a $12.2 million deficit. We cannot afford to leave money on the table if it has a minimal impact for our employees. So here's my two questions for you. On these weight loss GLP-1 medications, you work with a lot of school districts. Can you roughly tell me what percentage of the school districts cover those medications at all?
Out of our client base, we surveyed this when it became a hot topic last year, just on Melanie and I's clients, and across the board in our large group market segment with Blue Cross clients, it's about 50-50, okay?
Okay.
However, the ones that do cover those drugs, in 2014, 2015, there's some legislation or the options changed with the Department of Insurance to cover weight loss drugs. And at that time, we had clients making decisions, or Blue Cross added it to their HMO products to cover weight loss drugs. But at the time, it was not the GLP-1s that cost $1,400 per month per prescription. So the intent is there, obviously. We want people to lead healthier lifestyles and lose weight and be the healthiest they can be. But the clients that do cover it really didn't make a conscious effort from what we see as we've kind of surveyed and audited our client programs.
Got it. Now, of that half of your client base that does cover this class of drugs, what percentage of them require a pre-authorization?
If it's not 100% now, we're trying to be at 100% as of their renewals, as we're going through this process on each of our client renewals. So another larger district that I'm working with right now that we implemented for a October 1st effective date of change, they had it covered under the HMO similar to the district. They didn't have any type of prior authorization whatsoever because they didn't cover it on their PPO plans. And we even have a lot of off-label utilization of the drug, meaning that the people are being prescribed that medication that don't have diabetes. So they're slipping through the cracks even in that example. So either physicians are prescribing it when it shouldn't be, or members are going to great length to try and get their physicians to write these prescriptions. So we're even trying to button up situations like that in the process too. So I would say most clients and school districts are trying to implement prior authorization to make sure the people that truly need the drugs are still able to access them, but also maybe eliminating some of the wasteful spending that's going on with these drugs.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, the ones that cover it almost or really close to 100% of them require a pre-authorization?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions, comments from, yep, Kara?
So thanks to the committee, you guys, and I appreciate you really summarizing kind of just what you've been considering. And, you know, I think, you know, in preparing for the meeting and reading through the materials, and, you know, I think anytime we talk about benefits, I think it's important to emphasize, as you did, that we want to be a good employer and offer really good benefits to our employees, and it's important to us that they have access to what they need. That said, we are in the third year of double-digit increases. So 2 years ago, it was 12%, last year it was 36%, and this year 10%. Last year, we did not get any changes. We just absorbed that cost. And as we have said multiple times at this table, in committee, this is unsustainable for us to continue to have these costs increase without making changes. So I appreciate the changes that have been presented. And, you know, some of the Blue Choice is a significant savings and seems to impact our employees pretty minimally. But the small changes add up. And as Mr. Collins said, it's a deficit budget being presented tonight. And so every dollar has to be scrutinized. And to not, I guess I just, you know, to not discuss or have any boundaries around the GLP-1s seems irresponsible. Because one employee, that's $16,800 per year. And then if you have 100 employees on that, I'm just, you know, that's $1.68 million. And we don't know when that will end. And so it seems like there can be a balance and a collaboration of some solutions, I hope. I hope you guys and you can find a way to, you know, help us be good, responsible stewards of the money that we've been given by our community, and also take care of our employees. And it's a tough job because we want to take good care of our employees, but we also have to be responsible stewards of this money, and that is our job. And we are representatives of the community and the 48,000 plus people that pay their taxes and pay these bills. So I appreciate the work that the committee's done, but I also want to say that I feel that the committee should go back to work and find a little more cost savings in the recommendation. So I hope that that's within some time frames and that's possible, but that is how I feel at this time. I can't fully support this as it's presented. Thanks.
Kelly?
Thank you for the information, and thank you to the insurance committee and all the collaborative work that is being done and has been done. As Kara and Kelly and everyone has said, it's important to me as well that our employees have access and coverage for quality health care and prescriptions. I appreciate the recommendation of the Blue Choice options as it provides savings to the employees and district and good health care options. Also, after having reviewed the options, I feel like I also need a little more help in understanding the pharmacy options, and I would just want to learn more about that and the different plans for that, and if there's a way to have more. It sounds like there's a way to have additional cost savings and parameters, and just what that would look like. And so I also feel I'm not quite ready to have a vote tonight. So I just want more information from the committee.
Beth?
I just wanted to say that I am appreciative that we have this system in place where we can have different groups working together to come to solutions on this. And unfortunately, I don't think insurance costs are going down. So I think any additional work that can be done to just kind of dig into some of these other areas that were brought up as possibilities is work that will help in the future. And then next year, there might not be, you know, it might just be something that we can do now that will help not have so many changes taking place next year, as costs, I'm sure, will continue to rise. So.
It has all been said. Thanks, Cody. Yeah. So I do want to highlight, you know, the work of the committee and the collaboration that Jim and Kelly both expressed, as well as the consultants and the administrative team. You know, this is not an easy problem to tackle, and we have a few years of unfortunate climbing of expenses in this area, right? And some drastic ones in the last 2 to 3 years that have really put us in a position of difficulty, especially when we think about the, you know, when we go back to our strategic plan, one of our goals is to attract and retain high-quality staff. And in order to do that, we, of course, want to provide benefit packages that match that goal, right, or that complement the attainment of that goal. In this case, it sounds like, if I can summarize a couple key points that I've heard today, not just from colleagues, but also our consultants, it sounds like there might be efforts to control future spending, and that there might be some recommendations, or even a strong recommendation, for pre-authorizations on specific drugs. The idea of avoiding wasteful spending is an interesting one, but I appreciate the confirmation that those who need those pharmaceuticals, drugs, will have access to them still. And so I'm just kind of summarizing some highlights that I heard. But that, with the low disruption impact that you explained, just really sets a bit of a question around, is there more to consider? And so I think that's what I'm hearing from board members in our dialogue here. And I'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that anyone? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing the
Thank you, everyone.
information and having the presentation. Okay. We will move on then to the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing nothing, can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, a FOIA request; D, Hauserman donation to D205 Fine Arts Program; E, CTE grant purchase for York High School; F, approval of student residency agreement; G, first read Section 2, Board of Education Policy 270, 2125, 2160, 2260, 2265; H, first read Section 4, Operational Services Policy 415, 440, 470, 480, 4140; I, first read Section 5, Personnel Policy 5130, 5180, 5200, 5285, 5310; J, first read Section 6, Instruction, Policy 6110, 6140, 6150, 6230; K, first read Section 7, Students, Policy 720, 7170, 7185; L, Supplemental Staff Contracts.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. We'll go on to the number 10, agenda action items. A is approve the resolution adopting the budget for fiscal year. Chris, is there anything else you'd like to say about that one, or no? Okay. Then can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 as recommended, and that the President and Secretary be authorized to enact the resolution and certificate of authorization.
Second.
Sorry, motion made by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Assaf. Are there any comments from the board? Jim?
I have a few, so bear with me. I'm going to explain why I'm going to vote no, and it's to make a point and to raise the board's awareness of a few things. So I'm going to go through some numbers that use my District 205 learned rounding skills, so I'm not reciting 7- and 9-digit numbers. So we're voting on a budget that operating fund revenues are $164.9 million, operating fund expenses are $177.1 million, leaving a $12.2 million deficit. Some of that deficit is due to limited transfers. $7 million of that 12 million is, I would say one time, it's actually 3 times, and this is the last of 3 times. And frankly, those are for construction projects to make the referendum authorized projects bigger and better. And personally, I think that is a good use of the district's acquired surplus, because the citizens of District 205 will be reaping the benefits of that construction for decades to come. And I think that's a good use of the taxpayers' money to reduce our surplus savings. However, about 5.8 million of that $12.8 million deficit, or $12.2 million deficit, is things that we transfer every year. Roughly $1.5 million for operating leases and debt certificates, and $4.3 million for maintenance projects. And we have transferred that order of magnitude of money the last several years, and I don't see that coming to an end. We've never said that that is a finite program. So it's that 5.8 million that is a structural deficit. People across the country have loaned us $168 million in the past few years. And I suspect, although I don't know the details, but I suspect that structural deficit is a big part of why the credit rating agencies downgraded us last year, because we passed a similar budget for this current fiscal year. If we show that we have no signs of stopping passing deficit budgets, I suspect the credit rating agencies will be back again. But I don't know that, and I can't say that for a fact. And when you look at the increases in our budget, salaries are up 7.6%, benefits up 9.1%, and that makes up 70+% of this budget. And once you take those transfers away, it's even larger. All total, that's about $7.7 million in increases in salaries and benefits. We hired 11 additional teachers this year. The last time I saw a student enrollment increase forecast, I think we were, and we'll know that, I guess, at our next meeting, how many new students we actually have, but that projection was about 15 students additional this year over last year. So here's the warning that I want to point out. We passed policy 420 that by policy we have a range of 15 to 20% of our May 31st low cash balance in the operating fund divided by the expenses budgeted for the following year. So a minimum of 15%. If you look at this year, and I pulled this off of the June financial reports, our May 31st cash balance was $29.6 million. Divide that by a $177.2 million budget that we're voting on this year in the operating fund, and we're at 16.7%. So we're within policy this year. Next year, we'll have, if this budget is accurate, we'll have $12 million less in that May 31st cash balance for the year. So that will be $17.4 million in cash at the end of May. And let's just for a minute imagine that we could pass a budget with no increase from this year to next. Okay? So again, divided by 177.2 million, and that ratio is 9.8%. We're out of policy by a significant amount. So if you want to get in policy, that discussion needs to occur by March. Because again, 70 to 80% of our expenses are salaries and benefits. And the only way you can significantly impact your budget for next year is by affecting the number of people that we employ. So that's my message I'm trying to send, what I'm trying to emphasize to my fellow board members. And that's why I'm going to vote no.
Kara? Yeah, I just, I mean, I don't disagree with all your facts because they're facts. And I think the key this year that we have added a lot of staff. And you know, I know that the district, the administration carefully scrutinizes that, and we as board members ask a lot of questions. And we also know that running neighborhood schools, which is what our community values, I think we all value them here at the table, is costly as enrollment, you know, ebbs and flows across the district. We've had to add for all-day kindergarten. We've added for special ed. Our students, we have more students with more needs, and we have had to increase our staffing capacity for that. We've also had to address ELL, and there's, you know, the state puts, there's things that have to be followed from the state, and we have to put in that staff. We've also tried to help address mental health issues and, you know, and ensure that our students are being connected with. We've also addressed this year some increase in academic core at the middle school in particular, and also right-sizing some classes at the high school. So, and our results so far are showing that all the investments we have made are making a positive impact. That said, this year, we really need to try to be staffing neutral. And I understand that that's, you know, but I just think we can't continue to increase. You know, we're looking at the insurance, and we're still, you know, we hopefully will get a little more cost savings, but that is going up. You know, there are a lot of things out of our control. I was in a meeting with legislators advocating, you know, this last week, trying to help them understand that when they put in these mandates that are unfunded, the local districts like ours that don't really get anything much from the state have to still implement those, but we don't get more money. And there's things like world language that's being talked about, which would mean we would have to add more world language teachers. We would not get more money for that. I just think we have to really, not that we don't scrutinize, but I think we need to scrutinize even more. The thing that is the largest part of our budget, which is salaries and benefits. And so I just want to ask again, or put out there, that this year we go even deeper into how we can really make sure that we're you know, looking at the staffing to make sure we're best utilizing that. And still, of course, meeting our kids' needs, which I know increase. I look back just a few years ago, and there's so much more that we're carrying as a district, right? Mental health, additional student academic needs, safety concerns, as was voiced here. There's a lot more that the district, you know, carries, but we just have to continue to be mindful, so.
Okay, and just to add, I agree with, you know, I'm in the same place. I think, well, I'll speak for myself, but I think we share this immense responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer dollar and district finances. And I think that, well, for me personally, looking forward to, I know, Chris, you had mentioned that in the Finance Committee in November, we'll be looking at projections, so we'll have a better understanding maybe of what next year's, not budget will look like, but at least the items that will roll off, like the 7 million for referendum projects and things like that. And we can really get into a little bit, start getting into more detail around what the budget will look like. Because as Jim pointed out, right now, we seem to be in stable standing within our policy, but that might be happening, that we might not be in the near future. And so we want to monitor estimated numbers, which is where we are right now, an estimated budget versus actual, which typically we can't really get a better grasp on until the spring. But for the board, what I'm hearing from a few members who spoke, and I'm in agreement, this understanding and awareness around due diligence and making sure that we are set up for the future of education, and that we're able to manage and maintain the high-quality education and opportunities that we provide to all students. Any other comments from the board? Okay. With that, please call the vote.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Respectfully, no.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 6 ayes, 1 nay, motion passes. Item B under action agenda items is the approved resolution of the Board of Education transferring money from the Ed Fund to the Debt Service Fund. Chris?
This is a resolution we do annually related to technology leases, and this resolution is to authorize a transfer of $1,459,295.66 from the Education Fund for the payment of the 2025 technology leases.
Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution to transfer money from the Education Fund to the Debt Service Fund for the purpose of payment of technology leases.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mrs. Hostler, second by Ms. Caforio. Are there any comments from the board? Seeing none, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item C is the resolution directing the transfer of $7 million from the Op and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund. Chris?
Like you said, this is for the last of the 3 $7 million transfers. This is from the Operations Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund for our referendum projects.
Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution directing the transfer of $7 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund of Community Unit School District Number 205, DuPage and Cook Counties, Illinois.
I'll second.
Motion made by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Can we please call the vote?
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. The next item is the approval of medical and dental benefit contracts. Given the conversation that we just had as a board, I'm wondering if we can have a motion to table this action item.
I move that the Board of Education table the renewal of Blue Cross Blue Shield Health and Dental Insurance Plan as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board?
Just being respectful of, sometimes there's timing with insurance. If needed, I'm willing to have a special meeting to make sure that any, discuss, if it needs to move through on a timeline. Just wanted to share that.
Yeah. It sounds like a good idea to ensure that we stay on the timeline for renewal for this next calendar year.
I think that also means trying to push for another insurance committee meeting, hopefully this week.
Good idea. Any other comments from the board? Okay, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Irvinides?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. I'm just going to add on to that a little bit, that the board needs more time and information. And so what happens then is that we will send this recommendation back to the insurance committee for further review in hopes that the next recommendation includes efforts presented by the consultant to help control future spend for our employees in the district. Okay. Superintendent's communication. I'll turn it over to Dr. Campbell.
We have a couple of items that we would like to share tonight. First being the state of the district. The annual State of the District will be held on October 30th at York High School. I learned from our Chief of Staff in our communications that the save the date was just that, the save the date. So we got a little feedback from members of our community asking about the specific time. And so that time is 7 p.m. So we apologize that that was not on the save the date. But hopefully now that everyone has the date of October 30th locked in, you can now go back and update that to 7 p.m. at York High School. We are really excited, my cabinet as well as the Board of Education, to come together as a community to just reflect on the last year and share some updates on the progress and the work that's being done in alignment with our strategic plan. Our next item that we would like to highlight, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Rubenstein, regarding student services and a recent learning opportunity that was provided to parents.
Absolutely. On Wednesday, September 11th, our student services team partnered with SURGE, the special education resource group, to present an event for parents, guardians, and caregivers on improving our special education meeting process. So we had close to 50 people in attendance, and they heard from our facilitator, Key2Ed, about how to actively prepare for and participate in IEP and 504 meetings. All parents were walked through a sample IEP meeting using that facilitated process. Feedback was remarkably positive, and we plan to do a similar training in the future for more families. So that is the first part. The second part here is just an update on our CARES grant. The CARES grant, as you will recall, the district participated in a competitive grant process through the Illinois Department of Public Health, and ultimately we were awarded $249,000 in grant funds to support and provide free mental health services with community providers, which is a really unique and innovative program. We officially kicked that off in February, and at this point, we've had over 100 students begin accessing mental health services within our community. Those students have had over 500 visits across that time, which is the most out of any of the 10 school districts that were in partnership there. This is an indicator of the high level of need for this type of service that removes literally every barrier. So we were willing to partner for on-site and off-site, and there was no cost at all to these families. So given the high level of interest in the amount of money that is in that $249,000 fund is running low, and we anticipate to run out of it, probably in October or November. And so we're seeking new funding opportunities through a variety of different opportunities across the county and the state. But we will continue to work with Referral GPS, which has been our partner in all of this, to make sure that families within the school district can still seek out assistance through the CARES portal, which is online. So we are really excited and proud of that work.
Yes, I am really excited and proud of that work. Thank you so much. That was my tee up that I missed. We do need a thank you sign. Last but certainly not least, we already heard at the top of our board meeting today, but I think that it is worth echoing and bringing back into the room that we are so excited to share that after a decade-long break, we have within Elmhurst District 205 a Blue Ribbon Award. That award was given to Jefferson Elementary School, and Jefferson is one of 18 schools across the state of Illinois that received that prestigious award this year from the U.S. Department of Education. For those that might not be familiar, the National Blue Ribbon Schools program is one of the longest running recognition programs of the U.S. Department of Education and recognizes outstanding schools based on their overall high academic achievement and success, or can be recognized in closing the achievement gap among diverse groups of students. And so this announcement came yesterday, and so a huge thanks to our communications department for making sure that that announcement was shared with our entire school community. And really, again, we heard this morning from our principal, and one of the things that she echoed in the video is that this award is due to the work of previous staff, students, and parents, current staff, students, and parents, and just the collective work of student-centered approach and commitment to inclusivity and collaboration. And so many of those tenets are also demonstrated across District 205, and we are so fortunate to live in a school community that provides such excellent education experience for our students and our families. So once again, congratulations to Jefferson Elementary. At this time, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Tanya Daniels, Chief of Staff and Communications.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. So for the communications highlight this evening, we were actually going to do the PLCs that Jefferson highlighted during their presentation. It is one of the stories highlighted in our most recent Community Connections newsletter, hitting mailboxes now. So we thought it was also very appropriate to let her use that, and also appropriate to share the video that was posted with the announcement for the Blue Ribbon Award on social media. So in case you missed it, here is the video that we posted sharing the announcement and update with Principal Sweeney and Dr. Campbell and students from Jefferson Elementary School.
My name is Lori Sweeney, and I have the privilege of serving as the school principal at Jefferson Elementary in Elmhurst District 205. I am pleased to share with you that we recently learned that Jefferson is a 2024 National Blue Ribbon School. This is a huge accomplishment, and it is a testament to the hard work of students, staff, parents, district team members, and community members. We also want to recognize the contributions of prior Jefferson staff, students, and families whose dedication and efforts helped pave the way for this honor. This was truly a team effort. Jefferson is such a special place, but don't just take my word for it. Let's hear from some of our Tigers about what makes our community shine.
I would say my favorite part about Jefferson is being able to see my friends, talking to them every day.
My favorite part about Jefferson is how welcoming it is.
My favorite part about Jefferson is math.
My favorite part about Jefferson is the clubs, including including Battle of the Books and Art Club. My favorite thing about Jefferson is all the teachers.
Wow, it is so great to hear from our Jefferson Tigers. This prestigious honor highlights Jefferson's unwavering commitment to academic excellence, inclusivity, and the power of community. Serving 344 students from kindergarten through 5th grade, Jefferson has created a vibrant learning environment where students excel academically and build lasting relationships with their peers, staff, and family. With a dynamic student center and data-driven approach to education, Jefferson ensures that every learner reaches their full potential. This award is a shining reflection of the dedication and passion that defines the entire Jefferson community. Jefferson fosters a deep sense of connection through long-standing traditions and a strong partnership between family, staff, and students. By prioritizing relationships and collaboration, the school creates a welcoming environment where everyone feels valued and a part of a larger community. Whether through everyday interactions or our large school-wide initiatives, Jefferson's culture of inclusivity ensures that every student and family is embraced and supported, contributing to the overall success and unity of the school. We couldn't be prouder of Jefferson Elementary for this well-deserved recognition, and we are thrilled to share in the joy of this momentous occasion.
Great, thank you. Is that it? Great. 12, board communications. Any board member reports or anything to share? Seeing none, we'll go to item 13, upcoming meetings. October 15th, 2024, there's a Board of Education meeting at 7 p.m. here at District 205 Center. And Sultana, if you can help me with October 30th, that was changed to October 29th for the Committee of the Whole meeting since the save the date was sent for State of the Schools on the 30th, right? So a typo here on our board doc that we will, on our agenda that we will edit. October 29th, 2024 is the Committee of the Whole meeting at 5:30 here at District 205 Center. With that, we thank you, and 9:32, we are adjourned.